And as we ask questions during the formal part of the press conference, Lester, over here, we'll bring around a microphone so that when you ask your questions, everybody can hear, especially these guys. So that's how we're going to go. All right, is everybody ready? All my cameras ready to go? Okay. All right. Welcome to the Conference Center of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. On July 13th, the Tabernacle Choir at Temple Square will celebrate the 5,000th episode of its signature program, Music and the Spoken Word. Music and the Spoken Word has aired daily since July 15th, 1929, and is enjoyed by more than 6 million people in more than 50 countries around the world on radio, television, and online streaming. Music and the Spoken Word, as I said, began in 1929, shortly before the Great Depression, and has aired each week since for nearly a century, including during the duration of World War II, following 9/11, and throughout the entirety of the COVID pandemic. Music and the Spoken Word is the choir's gift to the world, and we welcome you here as we celebrate. So thank you for coming. Now I open it up to questions. So who would like to go first? Yeah. Brian. Are we doing this now? Yeah.
I don't know if I want to just open up to all three of you, probably. But Brian Carlson with KSL, my question is, how big does this moment feel for you?
This is a big moment. 5,000 consecutive weeks. That's a big number. And I think just in its proportion, it can be celebrated. However, when we get into the significance of this, how over literally decade after decade, through whatever the condition of the world, there was this sense of constant value that's been provided in a very unique recipe. Music and the Spoken Word isn't just the name of the program. It's a recipe. It's music which softens hearts and appeals to people in a very unique way. And then there's the spoken word. It's words. And what has made this so sustainable, when one asks the question, how does something continue for 5,000 weeks, 96 years? It's because it produces unique feelings in every listener. It meets people where they are. If they're feeling a sense of need, whether it's for peace or for healing, it can provide that. That recipe provides it. If they're feeling a sense of celebration, it adds to it. It's sustainable and has been able to endure that long because of that unique quality. So yes, it is a big deal, and I'm delighted that we're going to be able to celebrate it in a big way.
Great. Next. Or do you want to have Derek answer it? You want to take that?
Certainly.
Okay.
The idea of the significance of this moment has been growing on me personally over the last several weeks as we have received hundreds and hundreds, now numbering 1,200, emails of stories and experiences, testimonials, if you will, from people around the globe who have shared the impact that music and the spoken word has made on them. That goes all the way from one who wrote in and said, I remember the first ever broadcast of music and the spoken word. I was a little girl, age 5, in Chino, California, and my aunt sat me down with my sisters and said, something special is about to happen. And then she added, and I still watch today. All the way from listeners from Japan to Australia, to one who was stationed on the South Pole in Antarctica, to one who was summiting Mount Everest as he listened to music and the spoken word. And I have had opportunity, and many of our team has, to read every single one of these experiences. And when you read them, they read as a book, detailing out, again, the impact that this program has made the world over, beginning on July 15th, 1929, coming through to today, this weekend, July 13th, 2025, and certainly on into the future.
All right, Mac.
Thank you for the question. 5,000 broadcasts is significant, but I think of it in terms of years. We're now beginning, this weekend, is it the 96th or 97th year of broadcasting of this program? And when you put it in that context, as you well know, that's almost unheard of in the broadcasting world. And so to be not only celebrating the 5,000th broadcast, but these many, many years, and to be a part of that, it's a great privilege and an honor to be able to celebrate this weekend, knowing that we stand on the shoulders of thousands who have come before us.
All right, Sarah from ABC.
This is a question to any or all of you. 5,000 broadcasts, many, many years, you say. Can you tell us what, if anything, has changed about the program over time? And do you plan changes for the future?
Well, as President Levitt has already said, there is a certain recipe for this. And so we don't want to reinvent the recipe. But of course, we're always trying to do things better. And just in the past 4 years, I think that we've made some really great progress into making the program be as compelling and as appealing as possible to as many people as we possibly can. Many years ago, President Gordon B. Hinckley, who was at that time the president of the church, said, "We want the choir to be one of the greatest in the land, but always remember to sing for people." He said, what is the use of having a great choir if no one wants to listen to it? So that is always in the back of my mind from week to week about how we can continue to engage people in a world. We live in a world where most everyone, including myself at times, has a short attention span. And so to be able to do something that, again, we've been doing for many, many years and continue to make it be something that people can engage in is a challenge, but it's a great challenge. And as I said, I'm now, someone told me, I don't keep track, but someone told me I've now done over 1,600 broadcasts. And I have to say that it never gets old from week to week. When I program several weeks in advance, I'm always excited about what's coming. And then, of course, being able to, not only planning it, but then being able to execute it several weeks later. It's a great joy. And again, a blessing to be involved.
I'll add to that. We want to expand the audience of music and spoken word. We'd like to be geographically heard in more countries. Now, using internet, it's available literally around the world. We have broadcast relationships in over 50 countries. We'll have typically 6 million or more listeners. That's a lot of people, but the world's a big place, and there's a lot more who need the peace, the unity, and the sense of healing that's available. It is it's something the world needs more of, and we need to find ways in which we can expand its availability, and that'll include working through language issues, time zone components, technology issues. All of those things present opportunities for us. As you may know, we have recently been providing music in the spoken word in Spanish. We've experimented with Portuguese. We think French is on the horizon. There are just a lot of ways. I think Derek may want to comment a bit on our ability to do, as Mac has said, to use that formula, that recipe of music and spoken word to reach people in every generation and among different cohorts of audience. Derek?
Sure. Just 2 weeks ago, we released Music and the Spoken Word via podcast now, where people are able to listen to it in that format. And additionally, it also has behind-the-scenes interviews where we're trying to open up and show people all of the work that it takes every single week from an army of volunteers to put this forward. Some of our very first interviewees were both of these gentlemen on either side of me, President Levitt and Mac Wilberg. And we hope to be able to express in that regard. We also have a new website, musicandthespokenword.com, where people can sign up to receive the spoken word delivered to their inbox on Mondays. There's a library of the spoken words going back historically, both in video and audio format. And then, as President Levitt has said, while we're very pleased to be in 50 countries around the world already, we think that there is much opportunity to continue to expand and to leverage the use of technology in doing so.
May I also add that I think that our predecessors would be completely amazed at the scope of the program now. Even when I became involved in the program in 1999, it was mainly a program that went to the Intermountain West. And now we're millions on a weekly basis hear this program. And it's really, as I said, amazing. And the people before us, those who came before us, I think they wouldn't even be able to comprehend what's happening now.
Thank you. Okay, Lester, who have you got? KUTV.
Hello, Leslie Duarte with KUTV 2 News. I have a few questions for you guys. We're hoping to know, this is a huge milestone that you are accomplishing, a great part of your success. Why do you think people keep coming back every week to watch the show?
I spoke to that earlier. I do think what is unique is that it produces in people feelings that are unique to them and unique to what they are facing in their life. I have the privilege of being at the Tabernacle or the Conference Center each week, and we often will say, or always will ask, how many people are here for the first time? Most of the hands will go up. How many of you are here from somewhere outside the United States? Most of the hands will go up often. That's a signal of, first of all, the reputation of the program and its endurance. And then I will ask them, how did you feel about the program? And there is a uniform reaction, and they will search for the words. And then they'll do something that, to me, answers the question. They'll put their hands on their chest and just signify, I felt something. What they're feeling is a sense of, is very individualized. And it is conveyed, if they are feeling a sense of sadness, it gives them joy. This is unique to music and the spoken word. If they're feeling a sense of celebration, it gives them a reinforcement of that. If they're in need of healing, it opens them up to that. So I think it endures because it produces very individual responses that are tailored to what the person is feeling inside. It does connect them to the divine in them, and they respond to it. We all do.
I might add that the purpose of the program is not firstly or primarily to entertain. And all of us as human beings are in need of entertainment. But the purpose and the primary purpose of this program is to help people be filled, to be renewed, to be able to experience these feelings that President Levitt is talking about. And I believe when you ask what is it that has allowed for this to endure for so long, is because the primary purpose is not to entertain. If it was, there's so much competition out there that you have to compete with. But when our primary purpose is to help someone be filled and renewed, that is something that we can do, and that because of the recipe that Mac talked about, the choir, the orchestra, the bells, the sacrifice and service component behind it, people offering and doing this of their own time and as an offering, allows for that feeling to come about and to be something very different than what you may find in nearly every other avenue of media.
You know, an interesting component to this is that clearly if you're in the hall, it's inescapable to feel what we've described. I was staying at a small country inn in Scotland a couple of years ago, and somehow in a conversation with the innkeeper, my association with the Tabernacle choir and music and the spoken word came up. He said, I never miss a week. He has sought this out for years. He's in no way affiliated with the sponsoring church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but he saw it or feels it and seeks it out as a reinforcement to him. And he gets it electronically. So the point is, this is not just about the brilliance of the performance and the remarkable experience that happens on Sunday mornings. It is conveyable. And that's the opportunity that I think we have in the future, is to use the technologies to be a factor in spreading a sense of peace and healing around the world. There are far too few of those right now, and the world needs it.
Okay, next, Brandon from BYU, Idaho.
What encouragement are you receiving from the leadership of the church?
Well, I'll just say we have had, not just currently, but for 96 years, the church has been the sponsoring organization of this program and the choir. And it is, as Derek suggested, their gift to the world. And they deserve enormous thanks on all of our part for their willingness to make that gift on a repeated and ongoing basis. When there were depressions, music and the spoken word was still there. When there were world wars, music and the spoken word still there. When there were conflicts and the world is in commotion, music and the spoken word still there. That will be true for another 5,000 episodes, and it has a place in the world that is profoundly important.
Okay, Holly.
Hi, Holly Wallace from LDS Daily. I was wondering, was there a moment as you've been preparing for the 5,000th episode that something surprised you or was especially touching or just kind of reaffirmed for you why, what you're doing is important?
Absolutely, and it's happened again and again and again, and it's come through these stories from people who are sharing with us parts of their lives, parts that maybe they wouldn't normally go out and share, but they're saying, I was sitting in my kitchen, and it was the 1 year mark since the passing of my husband, and he had this favorite song, and music and the spoken word came on, and you know what was on that morning was that favorite song. And it filled me with this hope that I can do it. And a moment for me yesterday even was rehearsing a story that we're going to tell during the broadcast of a young boy and his family, one of the 1,200 that have written in and shared this with us. And I sat on that stage and I was listening to the music and I was watching the pictures of this family. And it hit me inside and I felt it saying, this is what it's all about recognizing the hand of God in our lives, and that there is hope in the future, that we can take confidence in who we are and what we're doing and how we're going about it, and that we have a duty to tell those stories to the world and to remind all of us that this is a beautiful place and that we have the opportunity to build communities and to strengthen one another and to continue to carry that mission forward. And it's been so rewarding, again, because of the viewers and the listeners. And I might say that the majority of this broadcast on Sunday, as well as the pre-show and the post-show, has come about because of those who wrote in and shared with us their favorite songs and the stories behind them and experiences that they had had with Richard L. Evans or Lloyd Newell. and then taking those and bringing those together and then resharing those with all who will be with us.
I'll just share that my moment was very personal in the sense that my father is going to turn 96 years old in just a couple of weeks. And I was reading the story of the first broadcast when a man stood on a ladder and held a microphone up, and they drug a cable over to broadcast it on radio. And realized, oh, that was the same year my father was born. I calculated that he has been alive for 4,994 broadcasts. And I raised that. I said, Dad, I just figured this out. And he said, you know, I remember very early in my life music and spoken word. Now, when I combine the fact that he lived in this very small town in Nevada, and he has told me the story of seeing electricity come to his town for the first time, and seeing the light glow in the street for the first time. And very shortly after that, his family bought a radio, and that was his first introduction. And what he remembers is music and the spoken word. It struck me then, first of all, that it's been so meaningful to so many people over so long that there is a sense of the miraculous here, and that it's a big responsibility for all of us to note it, learn from it, and perpetuate it.
All right, yeah. Lester, who we got? Daily Universe, BYU Daily Universe.
Hi, Rachel from Daily Universe, and this is Christian. Like we've said this morning, this has been such a signature program for so long, and it's done so much good. But what has it done for you personally to be a part of this program that's doing the miraculous?
I think I've responded to that well, or at least best I can. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, it's changed me. I had watched the program with some regularity prior to this calling that I've now held. I had brought guests here to witness it and experience it, and always walked away with feelings inside, again, of hope and peace and what have you. But now, being here, which I might add has been for 1% of the 5,000 broadcasts, I've only experienced 1% of this, the magnificence of music and the spoken word. But I actually feel that I view the world differently. From hearing with regularity the music and feeling its power in my soul, from taking time each week to consider the challenges and the needs of the world, and then to write a short and simple message that reflects that might hopefully be of benefit to another, has caused me to take more time to set aside to be still. It's caused me to choose to spend my time differently. And by taking more time to be still, it has allowed for me to view the world through a different lens. And because of that, I'm forever grateful.
I think an important element of all of this that we need to acknowledge is the thousands of volunteers who have made this program happen over these many broadcasts and many years. And I have come to just a great appreciation and admiration for the great sacrifice that those who make music and the spoken word happen every week. Well, they make great sacrifices, not only that, but their families do as well. A typical Sunday morning is a choir or orchestra member will leave very early. The call time for the choir is 7:25 a.m., which, if you may know anything about a singer, that's really early in the morning for a singer. Orchestra is here at 7:45 a.m., and then we put this all together between 7 25 and then going on the air at 9:30. And people, many of our choir and orchestra members drive long distances to be here for every event that we do. And I just have a great admiration for the sacrifice and the commitment. It's a huge commitment. Not only just being here, but work that has to be done at home. For instance, we now perform almost everything by memory. And so that takes some time at home to memorize music. And when you couple that with, we perform between 350, 400 pieces a year, that's a lot of music. That's a lot of memorization. And so if I'm talking about myself and being changed, it is that I just have a greater appreciation and admiration for those who make this happen.
Thank you. All right, Eric from KSL.
This is probably for Mac or maybe Derek. How did you decide on the content for this 5,000th show?
I went back and reviewed the repertoire that was sung for the very first broadcast, and in reviewing that, I discovered that one of the hymns that was sung in that first broadcast was "The Morning Break, the Shadows Flee." So we are opening the broadcast with that hymn. Now, as I tell the choir and the orchestra, the arrangement we're doing is not the same arrangement from 1929, but the hymn is nonetheless the same. And then the rest of the music is also, I think, reinforcing our celebration. We're singing, "When in our music God is glorified." There's not a better message than that. And we're ending with, again, the hymn, "High on the Mountaintop," which I undoubtedly was sung not maybe on the first broadcast, but maybe the second or third broadcast, because that's a beloved hymn that has been around for many, many years. So I wanted to have at least one tie-in to that first broadcast, and I believe that Derek is going to be mentioning that. Also, it was actually Derek's idea that about 20 years ago, the family of Anthony Lund, who was the conductor of the choir at that time and the conductor of the first broadcast, the family had donated to the choir his baton, his conducting baton. And I had almost forgotten about it, but Derek asked the possibility of maybe using that baton. And I had seen the baton, and in that era, a conductor's baton was much longer than what we use now. So it's almost, I almost equate it with a pointer that you use, you point to the blackboard or something. So I said, well, I better try it out, see if I can make it work. And so it's now housed in the church history museum. So they brought it over to the office. I tried it out, and in fact, I am going to use that baton for the final piece on the broadcast Sunday. So another tie-in. And the family assures us that that was the baton that he used for that first broadcast.
Okay, I'm going to ask one last question, and then we're going to break up because that's why you're all here. But for all of our viewers, there's a few logistical things that I think are important to know. The pre and post show will not be broadcast. The regular music and the spoken word will be broadcast. So I would like Derek to give us a few hints for people why they should come down in person and join us for those extra pre-show and post-show celebrations at the conference center, because everyone is welcome. Derek.
Thank you. The pre-show and post-show really are mini concerts that are happening. And so in the pre-show, for example, we are not only recognizing amazing people that will be here with us, but we're actually telling the stories of orchestra and choir members and who they are and their incredible impact and sacrifice that they make. So we're telling their stories in the pre-show. In addition to that, we have stories from viewers and listeners, again, around the globe that will be shared as part of that pre-show. In our post-show, likewise, we continue telling stories that have been submitted to us and are using bits and pieces and sound clips, including the very first ever recorded broadcast of Music in the Spoken Word, which occurred in 1933. We'll be playing that here in the house and telling a story related to that broadcast and that song that was performed. And so there is a treasure trove of history that is being unrolled as we remember where we've been, as we recognize where we are, and as we now focus and look to where we hope to go. And all of that we hope will come together from the pre-show to the broadcast to the post-show. And we expect for that to take about 90 minutes in total between all three of those.
All right. I've been just given one last question. This probably falls for President Levitt. How important have all of the radio and TV stations around the world helped to achieve this milestone?
This has been a partnership between the Tabernacle Choir at Temple Square and media outlets around the world. There are some 2,000 radio transponders and television stations that carry it. Now we also have the benefit of YouTube and other social media and internet-based capacities to carry it. But it has been that partnership that has produced the vast good that this program provides on a weekly basis. And we could not do it without them, and we could not be more grateful.
Okay. We are going to break up. I'm going to put Mac up here on the stage. I'm going to put Derek over there in where he's going to be on Sunday in the seated area. If you'll notice over there. We'll have President Levitt over here where these chairs are. I'm going to have Alex up by the sound booth. Does that sound good? And President Clayton is on his way. So for those who are waiting for Spanish language interviews, he's coming and will be here. So, but we'll get started with Alex for that. So go ahead and break up.
Thank you.
All right.
there are going to be ongoing issues that we're going to be needed to deal with, and so we encourage the community to continue to reach out to us, to contact us on our non-emergency line at 801-799-3000 if needed, or 911 in the event of an emergency.
Just gonna pause real quick and just grab one more microphone on him.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Just got one more. Maybe I can fit it in the back pocket. Perfect.
And then do you mind just doing a quick summary just for the Fox guy who just came?
Sure.
Yep.
Just as a quick summary for those who just joined us. Okay, perfect. As a summary, so we have had enhanced patrols along the Jordan River Trailway. We've increased our patrols using our bike officers and our mitigation officers to be able to address the issues that we were seeing along the trail, particularly surrounding the drug issues that we were seeing along there that many of our community members were reporting. So again, we partner with the mayor's office and with our city public lands to in support of the temporary trailway closure that occurred back in April. We're happy to report that since that time we saw a 50% decrease in crimes being reported in calls for service. But again, our officers were down here working hard every single day. And we're grateful now to be able to reopen the trail after sudden much needed restoration along the trail, and then again to coincide with the moving of the trail from the east side of the river to the west side of the river. I can take any questions at this time if there are any about the police's involvement.
For reopening it, like, well, how did you guys decide that now crime is cleaned up enough that we can reopen it?
So when we initially discussed the trailway closure, there had been discussions of a 90-day trail or timeline for opening up the trail. Because of the 50% reduction in crime, the Salt Lake City Police Department supported the opening of the trail after all of the restoration was completed. So.
How do you anticipate keeping those gains now that the trails are open?
That's a fantastic question. So we'll continue our enhanced patrol. We have our bike officers, our mitigation officers, and our patrol officers that are all working very hard in this area. And we also have the support of our state partners at the Department of, DNR, our Sovereign Lands Division, Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Public Safety, as well as our adult probation and parole partners who have been down here helping us out as well. There are plans going forward into the future to increase camera surveillance at specific points throughout the Jordan River to help increase our visibility of the area so that we can make sure that we're covering where those needed or where it's needed to be. So.
Any other questions for Commander Clough before we transition? Awesome. All right. We'll take a quick pause and get Tyler Murdoch all mic'd up.
Great. Thank you.
Great job. And then if you just want to grab those boxes and hand them to Tyler. Yeah, you should be easier with clips in your pockets. Yeah.
So many.
I know. I told them we should have done a podium. But, you know,
Kind of changed on us.
why listen to me?
You got it.
And then you might want to pull your sunglasses off. Yeah. Oopsie, someone's got a broken microphone. All right, and then if you just don't mind giving yourself an introduction to them and spell your first and last name, and then I'm just gonna try to tuck these best I can.
That's good.
Awesome.
Thank you, Brent. Great. Well, thank you, Brent. And thank you, Commander Clough. My name is Tyler Murdoch. I'm with Salt Lake City Public Lands, the Deputy Director of the Public Lands Department, TYLER-MURDOCK. So it's great to be here, and thanks to Commander Clough and Salt Lake City Police for all the work that they have done enforcing the criminal activity that we had seen along the Jordan River. That was the primary purpose of the closure. We've seen great outcomes of that, and I think that Salt Lake City Police, with the rollout of additional Jordan River Parkway officers in the coming year, will make continued progress to ensure that can be safely accomplished. I want to talk just for a second about what public lands and our contractors have done during the 3-month closure. The famous urban planner Jane Jacobs talks often and coins the term eyes on the street. And a lot of the improvements that we have completed here along the Jordan River Parkway are to improve the eyes on the trail. How do we increase the natural surveillance of the Jordan River Parkway Trail to ensure safety for all users, recreational transportation users along the trail? So some of those things that we have done is we have removed, taken the section of the Parkway Trail between 500 North and Backman Elementary that was currently located on the west side of, or the east side of the river, and relocated a half a mile section along the east side. We have done that primarily to improve visibility, to increase the width of the trail, and to align with federal trail standards that were not currently met on the east side of the trail. It also increases site visibility for our law enforcement officers so they can see activity. Natural surveillance in general is the idea of deterring illegal activity by increasing both PD eyes and steward eyes, resident eyes, community eyes. And so you'll see that throughout the section that we'll have a chance to walk today, and happy to answer any other questions. You'll also see vegetation removal. We have removed a lot of invasive species along this section of the Jordan River Parkway Trail to discourage criminal activity from happening in areas that are hidden, and to improve visibility of those sections as well. You will also see increased security and patrols from public lands park rangers beginning this week. We will have daily patrols of this section for our park rangers to help us collect data and make sure that we are meeting the objectives that Salt Lake City Police has set for reducing criminal activity. Beginning today, Salt Lake City Public Lands, in coordination with Salt Lake City Police, is also contracting with private security to focus on West Side parks and the Jordan River. That new team will be primarily focused at key parks, including Riverside Park, Cottonwood Park, and areas of the Jordan River, to enforce no camping ordinances in this section, and to help coordinate and increase capacity for our law enforcement and our park ranger program during the nighttime hours. That will be moving forward starting today, ongoing, and thanks to City Council and the Mayor's public safety plan for allocating funding that allows public lands to enforce and increase that capacity. We've also been allocated funding from City Council and the Mayor's team to increase surveillance with cameras. Over the course of the next 6 weeks, you will see new cameras installed between North Temple and Backman Elementary in coordination with Salt Lake City PD and the Department of Patrol UPS from the state. This is just the beginning of many improvements that you'll see on the Jordan River over the course of the next 2 years. As we walk today, you'll see under construction today a new community open space adjacent to Backman Elementary that will be completed next month prior to kids returning to school here at Backman. And that is the first bond project for the Jordan River that will be completed. There's $11 million of future investment at 4 locations, primarily on the Jordan River over the course of the next 2 years, one of those being Cottonwood Park, which is at the tail end of this closure. And we can talk a lot more about that and answer questions about other improvements coming in the future. With that, happy to take any questions regarding other improvements that have occurred during the past 3 months. Any questions?
The old alignment, is it just closed entirely, or will it be used for other things?
Yeah, good question, Ben. We are currently closing that alignment to the public. We're doing that primarily on a temporary basis to allow PD and our park ranger program to monitor this closely, but that will remain closed while additional planning work is done and coordination with Backman about the potential access for the school to a future kind of nature area along the Jordan River. But it will remain closed as of today. Any other questions?
Perfect. All right. Thank you, everyone. So what we'll do now is, for anyone who's interested in getting an up-close look at the trail and the improvements and future security plans, we'll just do a quick walk and talk. If you're needing a microphone, we can do handhelds, or you can put a lav on if you'd like. But we'll just go as a group, and we'll just get some B-roll. If you're not interested on that, totally understand, but would love to have you join for a little short walk, so stay as long as you'd like. Take off your mics.
What's that?
Take off your mics. Don't still. Nice job.
Thank you.
And I think we're one more.
Still got one more.
Yes. Thank you for your help, brother. Yep, no worries. Oh goodness. I just really done this. Grab yours where you see it. Adams. There we go. This guy must be this one. There you go. Cool.
This time, though,
Oh, your button. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yep. The button is in.
oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Tyler.
no worries.
You're fine. This is
That's perfect.
Silly
Yeah.
comms people. That's your job, right? Personal space.
Alright.
Yeah, let's walk on over.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, so once we get up there, feel free to just kind of narrate things, and I'll have Commander Clough. Will you just tag team with them, just in case they have any questions? And if they do, stand on his left side, so you're close to the microphone.
Okay.
Yep.
It's always good to know so I don't hot mic anything.
I know. Like, hot mic.
We really do appreciate your help on all this, though. It worked out great.
Have you walked this section from Cottonwood right now? I think you're going to be very pleased.
Oh, you mean after the vegetation removal?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's probably a little, I'd say a little heavier hand than I, initially communicated to you, but I think it's a good approach for us right now.
Oh, that's great. And we appreciate it. I know that there's a desire to keep it as natural as possible, and I completely understand that. But sometimes it hampers, like you said, the line of sight, the visibility in the area, and
yeah,
just kind of invites the activity that we don't want, Are there plans to continue it further down the river?
That type of work?
Yeah.
Yeah, not immediate plans. I think that should be in coordination with, with
Absolutely.
you.
There's lots going on, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm not sure if you want me to just talk as well, but this area is a good example. We've done a lot of in-river debris clearing, so you'll see that a lot of the trash has been removed, a lot of the dead wood that is collecting trash has been removed. And to understand the importance of that, it's important that we show these cues to care. When there's trash in the river, that sends a signal that this is not a maintained and cared for space. And so that's the importance of doing that in-river cleanup. And then you'll see on the banks of the river through here, most of the trees have been uplifted to improve visibility for park rangers, for law enforcement when they're coming down to patrol this area, so they can see a lot more of the Parkway Trail.
Tyler, what's the plan for the soft trail here?
Good question, Ben. So this area will remain closed for another month, and we anticipate this new playground, open space, and education space to be open prior to school starting at Backman Elementary. And this is really a project that was kind of a grassroots project with Backman Elementary and the neighborhood. If you remember this space prior, it was all entirely fenced off. So there's no good visibility, there's no good line of sight or access to this area of the corridor. So essentially we're opening a new 2-acre open space park here next month. This soft surface trail will be opened as well and provide an alternative path for recreational users on the trail. The Emerald Ribbon Action Plan, which was completed last year, talks about the need to have soft surface or adjacent trails to help take away some of the pressure that the Jordan River Trail and mitigate some of the conflict from bike users. So if you want to go for a smaller walk, you'll see a lot more soft surface trails popping up on the other side of the river. And as I mentioned in the press release, this will be the first Jordan River bond project that is completed. So there's 4 other projects that are in design that will be constructed over the course of the next 2 years. That is the allocation of that $11 million of bond funding.
Is that public lands heading that up, the Emerald Ribbon work?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. With a lot of partners. Yeah. The Jordan River has a lot of stakeholders involved. Some of them here today, Jordan River Commission, the State Forestry, Fire and State Lands, Army Corps. There's a lot of partners involved in any work happening on the Jordan River.
So you're saying long term, the closed part might become something the school uses for academic?
Yeah, we don't have any immediate plans right now, so that will remain closed. That was one of the more degraded sections of the trail. So we'll be starting this fall doing some restoration work, some regrading to improve that. But you know, it probably will open to the public in the future, okay. But we are planning to coordinate with the school to provide another space that could be utilized to give access to students to the river for science and education reasons, but that coordination has not yet occurred.
Gotcha. Is the footbridge coming down?
The footbridge will remain for now. Yeah, and as you know, that was something that was considered, but as desire to have those alternative trails on the other side of the river, that provides, you know, a great footpath that gets across. The primary issue with the existing footbridge at 500 North was its width. It was only 3 feet wide, and that was one of the big reasons for putting this new bridge in that's 14 feet wide that was done in 2022, because that 3-foot bridge does not meet federal trail standards. All right, any other questions about Backman? Kat, do you have anything else you want to say about Backman?
Just your updates, no, I'm
sorry,
but yeah, any questions I'm happy to answer. Hoping for a grand opening event after the school year starts so we can incorporate some activities with Backman Elementary, and then it should be open to the public sooner than that. And it will be a publicly accessible park utilized by Backman Elementary as well, though, for the outdoor class programs.
Awesome. Well, let's keep walking. You'll see the width of the Parkway Trail on this new half-mile section is much wider than sections of old Parkway Trail. We still have some sections in Salt Lake City that are between 8 and 10 feet, and standards are a minimum of 12 to 14 feet. So you'll see that any new section of trail that's replaced on the Jordan River will increase width to improve user safety. Over the course of the past years, a couple of years with the popularity of e-bikes, we've seen a lot more conflict with high speeds on the Jordan River. So providing more space and encouraging those on e-bikes to slow down is a really important thing for the Jordan River Parkway Trail moving forward. Feel free to ask any questions if anyone has questions while we walk too.
daily on a regular basis. So we'll have an operation that's starting this week to coincide with the reopening of the trail. And then we'll continue with our bike officers regularly doing their mitigation here, and our homeless mitigation officers to be out here to work on the trail as well. Bikers on the left.
Welcome.
Beautiful path.
Speed's a problem sometimes.
Great to see it being used already, though.
It's not going to take long. This location is a good place to see the difference between the new trail and the old trail. The old trail, one of the hot spots with the most criminal activity that we were seeing on the Jordan River Parkway is immediately across the river. This is at the back of residential yards. It's really tight. The vegetation was tight, and there's not a lot of natural surveillance or eyes on the trail. Now we have a trail on the west side. It's much more open. It allows for greater visibility, but you also have 50 neighbors that are adjacent to this trail now that have their back windows facing out on the trail. And that is the idea of natural surveillance. It's not just for law enforcement, it's not just for park rangers. It is the idea that more eyes on the Parkway Trail deters illicit and illegal activity. And that is needed far beyond law enforcement or city. We need everybody in the community to be present. And as that increases the more active use, I think that also increases the safety of the trail moving forward.
Tyler, I've got a quick follow-up on that. You know, one of the real challenges of this part of the Jordan River Trail and in many other communities is for so long everything turned their back.
Yep.
And while this opens up a lot of visibility, is there anything that the city's doing to try and encourage adjacent property owners like right here to maybe open their fences and make this very accessible to residents? It's still probably quite a walk to get around to here, and you know, having cut through places to actually make that direct connection from this yard to this trail would be really valuable.
Yeah.
Is there efforts going on in that regard, or are there things we might do to encourage that?
Yeah, good question, Soren. There has been a few projects in the last couple of years where we have focused on that. It's across the road here, Riverside Park. There was a neighborhood that has their dead-end street fenced, and so we worked with that HOA to open that up and to increase trail access. Because that's a perfect example of if it's not accessible to the neighbors, that also decreases the eyes on it. So we have had numerous requests for people wanting to put in gates and that come from residential properties. We're supportive of that, but there's no current plans that the city is funding residential owners to install those gates right now. But that's something that we're definitely allowing and are open to.
These owners wouldn't necessarily be prevented if they wanted to put a private gate on this fence, right?
No. Yeah. And Kat?
I was just gonna say the Backman open space area too used to be completely fenced off, so the only access from this housing development was either going all the way around 500 North or 700 North, and so even just by opening up that mid-block with the Backman community open space, we improved access a lot. And I think, like Tyler mentioned, we're definitely looking, as we do improvements on the Jordan River, to kind of take advantage of some of those other opportunities.
And that goal is outlined in the Salt Lake City Public Lands Master Plan that was adopted in 2022 to have every resident in Salt Lake City within a quarter mile of an urban trail or soft surface trail. And so you look at a project like this, and we have accomplished that. If you look at the neighborhood adjacent to Backman, those residents did not have access to the trail because there was no gate, there was no open space available. So every project we do, we try and increase the number of access points to help us achieve that goal as well. Answer the question, Soren?
Yeah, that's great. I know Salt Lake City right now is doing a comprehensive plan for this community, Rose Park, the Northwest Community Master Plan, and that might be something that could be encouraged as part of that plan. We've seen places like Lehigh and Murray, where they've really encouraged as a community that real direct connection from individual properties, whether they're businesses or residences or multifamily. And those are the most heavily used sections of the entire Jordan River Trail, I think, as a consequence of just really rethinking what that connectivity looks like. So definitely something that that we will try and support if that's a move the city's working on.
Well, from a police department standpoint, we would support that as well. Any increased activation in our open spaces and along the trailway really helps to decrease and deter any of the criminal element from moving back into those areas. So we would definitely support some sort of move towards those reopening for the residential areas. So.
I might just mention, we're just releasing a grant today that's part of our annual legislative appropriation for the Jordan River Recreation Area, and we have tens of thousands of dollars available for exactly those kinds of connections. So it might be something to share with property owners and neighbors and others, because those aren't restricted for public agencies. Private entities can use those funds as well.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Keep walking. You have now, compared to that, where you had not a single person looking at the trail. I mean, you have 80 residences now with eyes on this trail every day. So, I mean,
that's the thing. It's nice to have the canopy coverage of all the trees and the nice shady area, but it really decreases that line of sight. And with it on the back of the neighbors' houses, they weren't really looking at it either.
No, those are such deep neighbors. You're not getting that level of detail or natural surveillance that we really need on trails.
It'll be nice to have the added cameras specifically for the trails as well. And with the real-time crime center potentially coming online at the police department soon, they'll have people monitoring those. So that will help increase any efforts we need to address down here. Big branch out of the road river.
They've done quite a bit of clearing.
One that had gone just past the bridge over here.
These guys weren't messing around right on the bikes the second the fence came down.
No, that's good. That's what it's here for.
Good morning. Yeah.
That's good.
Yesterday at 4.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
If you wanted, like, if you were looking for something.
I just wanted to point out this bridge. This is the existing 5th North Bridge that will remain closed at least for the foreseeable future as we conduct additional planning for the east side of the trail. This is the bridge that I referenced that did not meet federal trail standards for an urban and recreational trail. So you can see how much narrower it is than the new Backman Bridge that went in 2 years ago. I think if we walk down to Cottonwood Park, that would be a good place to, because that is one of the key locations for.
Oh, is it just across the street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless people don't want to keep walking. But the entire close direction, I think it's good to look at. Was that?
Better,
Yes.
So
Thank you.
that's what we look for. There's a box, some sort of tank that's specifically. Otherwise, we're doing good.
You want to talk emerald ribbon at Cottonwood?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, I think that would be just to give an update on that.
Ready?
Yep.
Your name again? I met you at the Rose Park.
Well, today I'm City Weekly.
Perfect.
Which Rose Park event? Oh, the 6 North
at
Region.
Backman?
Yeah, were you the one answering all my questions?
Possibly. Depends if you like the answer. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I think that
Well,
Am I hearing you?
I'm Ben.
Ben, okay, great. I'm Kat.
And you're with you're with Public Lands? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking you about the soft trail.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's. Yeah.
Let me go. No, I'll go check it out.
Yeah, the one at Backman is interesting. The like road-based trail kind of deal. Because there's a levee there. It made it really like it really limited the anything you could go below grade.
Oh, okay.
So you couldn't be like edging.
Because of utilities or something?
Let's talk about this for a quick second.
Underneath a certain depth.
So this is another key piece when we talk about vegetation management. Oh, we got a flock of baby ducks that are hanging out. So this area prior to the closure, really you couldn't see the entire Jordan River through any of this section. It had both a lot of invasive species and some native species, willow primarily. And we've had crews, we worked with the Utah Conservation Corps, which is a conservation corps here in Utah that does a lot of natural lands restoration work for us, to really try and remove the invasive species and also remove some of the willow in certain areas that will grow back. But we want to try and keep more line of sight to the river in this area as we reopen it and kind of get a handle on how this is going to be used. But prior to the closure, this was one of the areas that was really hidden. People had opportunity to get down by the river, hide from PD, hide from anybody down here. And so you'll see a lot more clearing of the river. And one of the things that we have worked on in the Emerald Ribbon Master Plan is not only an action plan for how we're going to spend the bond, but management and maintenance guidelines. We are continually asked, hey, can we remove vegetation? And we're trying to find a way to balance that. And so you'll see a lot more of this balancing act taking place over the next couple of years, where we try to keep lower vegetation cut down closer to the trail edge, and then you'll see it extend higher as you move out into these other zones. That higher vegetation, we're still going to try and do a lot of uplifting to increase visibility there. So we're, over the course of the next couple of years with that management plan, we really want to improve the consistency of how the Jordan River is managed. And when we get calls to say, hey, can you come and trim this area? Can you, we can be more thoughtful about how we're doing that while balancing both the public safety component that PD and we all want, and also the ecological and habitat functionality of the river. This is the most important kind of habitat corridor in Salt Lake City, and particularly on the west side. And so we don't want to completely just remove vegetation at all costs. So that's something we're always balancing. Any questions on that? Okay. What's that? Yeah, and ducks at the habitat. So we'll walk down to Cottonwood Park, another 200 yards, and I'll have Kat talk a little bit about the Emerald Ribbon Action Plan, because that is one of the selected locations where we will be spending Parks General Obligation bond funding. So let's walk down there. Yeah, you can see it. It's nice. You know, I think trying to find that balance of, you can see it here where we've, all right, you want to leave, well, you want to leave. How do you do it and selectively? I mean, you can see how quickly, even if you cut the willow like that, look, that's 3 weeks old. Well, no, sorry, but you'll see the regrowth is already 20 inches.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Is that plan for maintenance something that's completed, or is that still in process?
Good question. I would say it's completed. We are having conversations right now with council about the adoption of the plan, but the management guidelines, yes, they're pretty much finalized at this point.
Let me know if you want us to give any input through our TAC or anything.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
I know balancing what you're trying to do here, which is to improve safety and preserve habitat that's critical, is a hard thing to do.
It's tricky.
And you probably feel that more than any community.
Yeah.
Just because of the impacts of homelessness and everything else that exacerbates a lot of the crime.
Yeah, and I want to get us out of the reactive state of like, oh, there's an issue here, you need to come and clear cut it. Like that's not a sustainable model for management. Whereas, you know, if we can be a little bit more proactive, and you know, that area probably had a little bit more willow remove, where we keeping clumps, but also making sure that we're not creating 40-foot dense areas where we have that hiding. And that's unfortunately one of the things that we have to spend a lot of time balancing, that I don't think communities further south have to deal with quite as much. But
I know that short mowing helps visibility, reduces fire risk, but also increases puncture volume.
oh yeah. Yeah,
You
and
know this, I know.
yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm not going to get into this a whole lot today, but I think long term you still look at what can we do in the upland areas of the river, and Cornell is really kind of our test to see, hey, can we do this in an upland space in a more sustainable way? And yeah, I think it's gone pretty well, but we've got a lot more work to do on how to replicate that up and down the river for sure.
Are y'all looking at other areas around the river?
For
Midvale and Murray, I think are really good case studies.
Oh yeah. You mean just looking
in terms
at
of those upland areas and
Yeah.
vegetation that's not high and dense, but still fairly full.
Yeah.
And useful for upland habitat area.
Yeah. Okay.
If
Oh,
it's valuable,
there's some rangers.
I'd be happy to
Okay.
maybe do some tours with
Yeah.
the team to look at how those areas are managed.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Things that are effective.
I would love that.
Any plans for the state building that are
Yeah, I'll speak to that really quick. Is it okay if I hold this for a second?
Go
Okay.
for it, yep.
Yeah, Cottonwood Park is just to the south here. You'll see the fenced area. That is state-owned land. This is where the former Department of Agriculture building is located. So the state does not have a planned use for that land yet. We are coordinating with them on what the future use of that site would be. But the improvements that I want to talk about right now, or I'll have Kat talk about, are really intended for the Cottonwood Dog Park and Cottonwood Park as a whole, which is one of the 4 locations that has been selected for general obligation bond funding. So Kat, I'll let you just kind of talk about that timeline, and
Sorry.
you can. I'll hold it for you. How about that? Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so we have about approximately $5 million from the general obligation bond allocated for this area in Cottonwood Park in particular. Just to focus on potentially some new trails on the backside of the park to improve access and connectivity, upgrade a lot of the amenities that haven't seen a lot of attention in a while, and then add some new amenities based on some robust community engagement that we have completed and are about to complete. Like Tyler mentioned, the Emerald Ribbon Action Plan is based on a really robust community engagement effort and kind of informs high-level design of what we're gonna maybe see at Cottonwood Park. And then there's a detailed design effort that will be beginning later this fall or winter to kind of hone in on the actual amenities that'll be added to this park. So yeah, $5 million allocated to this area. It is a priority area that came out of the Emerald Ribbon Action Plan, and we're kicking that off this fall.
A couple other things to note. This parking lot, that this has historically been, well, it's always been privately owned. So the city was able to acquire this parking lot 2 years ago. It's remained closed, but City Council and the mayor have allocated funding for the formalization of this parking lot for access to the Parkway Trail and to Cottonwood Dog Park. So that will be incorporated into the general obligation bond projects here. The city's also worked with this residential landowner to condemn and to demolish one of the buildings here that was causing a lot of the challenges for PD in this area. So that has been removed since the trail was closed as well. And then there are a few other improvements happening at the dog park, which they actually appear to be happening today. So the trail around the dog park is getting resurfaced, and there will be lighting added to the Cottonwood Dog Park. So we may walk over there because I think they're actually putting that trail in today if you want to walk over and get some footage of that too. Okay, thanks you, Soren. This bridge will be included in the general obligation bond project. We're trying to move this one a little more quickly than the bond project, but this bridge had a tree fall on it several years ago and is in need of full replacement. So that project is under design and will be implemented as well. Good morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, well, that's good timing. This project is not associated with the bond project, but is a deferred maintenance project. Each year, Public Lands is allocated about $250,000 to focus on several deferred maintenance projects along the Jordan River, and this trail is getting resurfaced today, and then new lighting will be added to the dog park this summer as well. All right. With that, let's do it. Any other questions on your end?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. I think you did a great job walking through it all. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Give you your stuff back. Park Ranger.